hearing the first birdsong, you're excited by the thought of the dawning day. You immediately feel driven by an inexplicable force.
I think so, yeah.
The words are like weapons, and the weapons are dangerous. When with the words you can hurt. With the words you can make people cry. But they are the only ones that can make you dream, that can make you inspire the others. Welcome to the first edition of TEDx TsF 2015. great person that will show us what are the future of social sciences. I would like to give a warm welcome to Misha.
First, I would just like to share that I'm extremely honored that I can share my vision for how we can use this power that's here at this event, at this initiative. Because I really think that we're not aware what we're a part of. We have collectively access to, I don't know, over 2,100 people, to European institutions, to people's dreams. I mean, we pay to work for this. We travel. I mean, we invest our lives, our souls in this. And I feel that we're really in the beginning of something that will be really, really powerful. So in the next 10 minutes, I will do my best to try to transmit to you a vision of where I think social sciences can grow. But before that, I would like to share a story with you. Let's imagine, or let's actually just teleport ourselves to New York. But New York in the age of horses, before, it became such a cosmopolitan center it is today. And at a certain point, the mayor of New York called together a panel of people, the biggest experts of designing cities, architects, engineers, everyone, and said, we have a huge problem. And he said that given the pace with which the population of New York is rising, we will hit a brick wall. Because if we want to have that many people and move them around, there will have to be so many horses that the shit produced by those horses will overflood New York. And the brightest minds of the time said, but okay, it's a limit, then we have to expand, then we have to create a new city. And they were the top experts of their fields. And I would like us to just reflect on that. Because paradigms are deeply ingrained. I mean, they are our worldview. It is the thing through which we structure everything around ourselves. And we can't really see our thinking, or usually can, if we are not trained in these things, or if we don't invest the energy in it. And I would just like to allow you to think, just to take a step back and see how much the world changed in the past 50 years. And also reflect on how quickly we get used to that. And we just say, yeah, okay, we have a neural net. We have an artificial network, like a nervous system, connecting all of the minds of people on Earth. Yeah, whatever. I mean, it's amazing. And I would like to just raise awareness about the fact that we are on the cusp of a paradigm shift in sciences. And it can be felt. It can be felt in all disciplines. And this paradigm shift is driven by complexity science. So complexity science it's not a formally integrated system, like chaos theory, it includes powerful ways of thinking like network theory, systems thinking. I mean, based on big data, on data visualization, it's a new method of just structuring the world and looking at it some other way than just a simple mechanism, that's just sum of its parts. And this paradigm shift will have huge implications. In my opinion, it will be comparable to paradigm shifts like the shift from geocentric to heliocentric view of the universe. And it's a different way of doing science, because it understands that there is no such thing as an objective reality and truth out there that we can just take a snapshot, a picture, and we have it. Imagine this, where were the laws of neuroscience before there were brains? You could say yes, it was all implied in it, and in a way it is. But reality is emerging, it's co-created, it's evolving. If you think of the process, for the first, if we use this Big Bang model, after this paradoxical just emergence, of everything, for approximately half of the time of the universe, there was nothing. Just, gas, hydrogen, And then given little differences in concentration, it started to collapse, stars started to form. When they ran out, they exploded and seeded the universe with heavier elements. And each step in complexity happened faster. Once we get solar systems, and once we get like basic organic chemistry, it just explodes. You know, once you get from single-celled life to multi-celled life, once you get to, you know, like plants, animals, when you get to people, you know, it's just a runaway train of evolving complexity. And we just have to, you know, we tend to see ourselves as something apart from nature. You know, we're just, there's nature and then there's us and rooms and projectors and stuff like that, but we are the universe looking, you know, the universe is looking through us at itself. We are the prefrontal cortex of the universe in a way. And what I would like to just explore for a minute what complexity theory, what complexity science and the models that I mentioned before could do for social sciences. And I won't go into any technical detail, but just the direction where it can go and how we will probably be the people that will help to bring it about. If we take a step back and look at the impact natural sciences, engineering had, you know, there's no other way to look at it but to get your mind blown. We've created technological wormholes that we can communicate through, you know, through like instantly with other people. We have technology that we can use our minds to control artificial, you know, machines, robots, limbs, wherever. We can send, for example, like mind's intentions to certain regions of the motor cortex, and basically you can move another person's arm. I mean, it's incredible. But if you take a look at the social sciences, we don't see, you know, anything that tangible. And I would argue that the reason for that is because we're in a similar situation that medicine or biology was before it had the tools and the ways of thinking it has now. For example, before germ theory, before the microscope, you know, they were stumbling around in the dark. Something worked. They made up a story of why it worked, and it's, you know, the story about it, and even science is a story, it's a model, it has nothing to do with it. Stories change. But as soon as, you know, they found some techniques and some ways of thinking, it just exploded into what we have right now. So if we take a look at how, for example, the computing revolution happened, it happened due to a synergy between mathematics, like ways of processing information, like this abstract way of how can you you know, make sense of information, manipulate with it. And that got joined by engineering, you know, by transistors, by stuff like that, and the merging of those two like exploded into what we have today. And I would postulate, or my prediction is that we will witness a similar jump in the applicable power of social sciences when we will merge what we call training right now. And just as a personal disclosure, I feel that training doesn't really capture what we do. Because training has implications of top-down. I know stuff, you don't, I will train you. I will make you do stuff and you do it. For me, like something that would capture it better would be maybe social engineering to capture that part. It could be like social architecture, for example, because you create spaces, you create processes through which you guide people. And like at its very end, it could be like social ecology. You know, how can you use certain methods, certain interventions to create mini societies in a way, you know, to influence ideological patterns, to harness motivation of people, to create shared values. And in a way, I think what we have right now are tools, but we're lacking this clarity and this framework that could be offered if we merged complexity science and just used it as a lens through which we could look at social processes and stuff like that. Because now we have, like, due to the successes of engineering, we have it dominant in our thinking. I have it as well. I mean, I have it. Paradigm shifts are never, they're destructive first and then they're creative. We think about, you know, I mean, creating machines, and I would suggest that it would be very, very beneficial and very powerful to switch to an ecological framework. you know? You don't create stuff and you're not manipulating with it, but you're mapping like the potentials and you're mapping like the dynamics, what's happening and the resources you have. And you can have a certain intention, okay, so I want to develop it in this direction. And then it's an ongoing process, it's a responsive process. You don't have like this idea that you want to do, and then you just implement it in a like linear, mechanistic fashion. But you stay in contact with the ecosystem and you see what are the opportunities that could get you closer to your goal, but you also see what are the certain threats that could happen and that could take you away from your goal, and you inhibit those and support others. So the amazing thing about this and the frightening thing for me is if we manage to unlock this power, it will have the same disruptive effect as, for example, coal in feudal society, as the introduction of gunpowder. It changes things when you don't have anymore, like Luis made me realize yesterday, when you have 2 brains, like in an organization, or 4 brains, being able to control 80 brains. You know, when you give those tools like literacy, you know, when you would make people aware of how this happens and give them the tools and power to create their own communities with their own values, their own way of living, that is really disruptive. And this power could be used for either case. So what I'm interested in, and what I think is the question that I will ponder for a long time, and I would also like to invite you to just share with me personally if you feel inspired by that through email. However, what will be our moonshot in social sciences? What will be, once we start venturing into this frontier and exploring, you know, not just the human mind and how it works, but also how cultures work, how social dynamics work, how social patterns emerge. What will be the equivalent of going to the moon, to going to the rocket? What kind of a world could we create with this power? Imagine if we had it. And in closing, I would just like to remind you that mountains aren't moved by hands, they're moved by minds. Thank you.
Thank you, Luis. Thank you, Mitya. When I was young, I used to go to a place next to my city, and I was going to the beach. And when I was there in the beach, sometimes I was going out. And after going out, after some beers, or maybe too many beers, I was just going to the beach and swimming naked sometimes, trying to kiss a girl maybe. But with the time, I lost this feeling. I'm not there anymore. I don't do those things anymore. So our next guest will explain something related to this. Let's go to the beach at 4 a.m. by Louis.
More and more, we know about humans get motivated. But still, companies are mostly disengaged. So how come? Today, I want to take you to a journey on thinking about this organization, this company, where every single one is meaningful. And when I say meaningful, I mean that they are able to dream of a future for that company. That they actually see with their eyes in the future. Couches all around that represent comfort. That they look at the walls and the colors give them safeness. And that they see an environment of challenge. But also meaning, because they can accept what is around them. They can touch their environment and understand their limitations. That's who they are. But also, and most importantly, that they can act with little events that can sparkle butterfly events to change their organization. And this usually happens with deep breath into the nose, out through the mouth, lifting up your sleeves, and get things done. While preparing this speech, I saw a motivational video from Eric Thomas, this very American, positive guy, very deep voice. And in this video, there is this little thing that one person is trying to be successful. So he goes for a guru. And the guru tells him, so if you want to be successful, you need to meet me at the beach at 4 a.m. Probably some of you have seen the video. And the thing is, probably for most of us, we actually know what it means to invest so much of yourself, of your time and will, that being in the beach at 4 a.m. can be a magical moment, and you can transform yourself. So why do we block this? Why don't we actually allow ourselves to have magical moments? What's happening? So I have this story from 30 years ago, from a guy named Krish. So Krish worked in a tomato processing company. He was a truck driver. He drove from the factory to the farmers, loaded up with tomatoes, from the farmers back to the factory, loaded off the tomatoes, and on and on. One day, he had this idea to change a process. Not actually in his drive trucking, but in the factory. So he went to his boss. And he got an immediately response. That's not your job. We have people to think about it. Drive your truck. So for Krish, this was a life-changing event. Because he knew he was able to take decisions and have good ideas. So he was the one deciding that he wanted children, what to do with his career, what are their dreams. So how come in a company he was so restricted? And so Krish joined 28 people more and started a new company called Morningstar. This company had no bosses, and his vision was that everyone could envision the future of the company, have an idea, and act upon it. As simple as that. 30 years now. And nowadays, they are a factory that has a maximum capacity of 800 people, and that has 30% of the market share in the United States. But for me, the best thing is that Krish is not alone. Actually, all around the world, more companies and organizations are popping up everywhere with the same concept. And I'm very, very proud to be part of one of them. When we think about it, we think as a living organism. Just look at your cells, the way they act and react. Or as a band of birds. So they all have a common purpose. They know why they are there. They know the direction. But at the same time, they immediately react to the individual needs and to the environment needs. And the way we try to do this is by taking 3 simple concepts that we believe that can change the world. Truth, responsibility, and evolution. By truth, I mean that you actually trust in everyone and in yourself. That everyone is doing the best they can. Because you are actually aligned with a common purpose. And this trust, for instance, for us in a material way, it means that we have unlimited holidays. It means that we have a kitchen full of food. But most important, it means that we don't need anyone with power to tell us what to do or not to do, and no one to evaluate us. But with all this trust, there's another thing we need, which is the responsibility. And we like to look at it as total responsibility. Everything is everyone's job. This doesn't mean that we actually have to do everything. But it means that if you see something in your organization that you think that should be improved, you have two options. Either you get involved and you act upon it, or you trust others are doing their best. So there is no room for whining and complaining, because you have the autonomy to change your organization. And in our kitchen, everyone washes dishes. And not only yours. You wash the dishes that need to be washed. But these two things, they take us to a very important thing. Because we are acting a lot with this mindset. So we actually need to design our organization to be able to evolve. So we need to understand that we will fail a lot because we are acting a lot. And we need to embrace it as learning. Because our organization is made of relationships and information, and not about power. We are not looking for key performance indicators. We are looking for our purpose. And purpose is an unlimited goal. There's no number there. Most probably, there is theory that will or already does back up this. From what I can tell you, I am experiencing it. And the common thing that I get from everyone that is involved in such a project is that it just feels right. It's the kind of thing that makes me want to go every single day at 4 a.m. to the beach. So if you guys, if this message resonated with you somehow, if it also feels right for you, I can't actually tell you how to do it. The only thing I can say is that go and grab your swimming suit and let's go to the beach at 4 a.m.
Thank you, Luis, for this inspiring speech about how to go to the beach at 4 a.m. But indeed, we all face trade-offs, and I think all of us know what it feels like. It feels like we are engineers, we are the psychologists, we are medics, and then we go out and we have to go to the labor market, and we say, fuck my life. There are a lot of companies. I don't know which one I want to work for. And the worst is that I don't know which one wants me to work for them. So on our way, our next speaker will explain us how to choose the perfect job. Please give a warm welcome to Sofia.
Who of you are already working or will start a job soon, like in the next 6 months? Okay, quite a few people. Did you know that in fact an average person in their lifetime spends 90,000 hours working, which is equal to 3,750 days non-stop, or 10.3 years also non-stop. So that's quite a lot of time. And this is why, of course, it's important for us to spend it well, as best as we can. I started working around 5.5 years ago. That's when I got my very first job, which was an internship, still during university. And in these more than 5 years, I realized that the job means many different things to many different people. So for some people, it's just a means to make money, to make a living. For other people, it's a necessary evil of life. For other people, it's their dream that they're working for. For others, it's their passion and developing themselves, and for yet others, it's a way to finance their hobbies. I think that the challenge we are having, our generation, is that what we want from our work is self-realization. And another thing is that we have very high expectations. In a sense, I think that student organizations have ruined us a bit because they have set our expectations extremely high. So another thing we accept from the workplace is a sense of community, a sense of belonging, to be able to bring new ideas and to implement them, to start our own projects and to realize all the things that we want to do. I talked to a lot of my friends and asked them about their work, and what I see is that a lot of us are unsatisfied, and this is exactly why. So there's a difference between their expectations and their reality. Also, the thing is that for our generation, work-life balance is not really such an applicable concept anymore. Because for us, work and life are really intertwined, and work is a way, as I said before, for self-realization, to really do what we want to achieve. So, while I was at university, actually during my last year of university, I started thinking about what I wanted to do afterwards. Actually, for one course, I had to write an essay about this, to explore all the different career options that I have. And this is what I came up with. So, I could do marketing, probably for a big multinational company. I could work for the aviation, where you can go. So I decided that I wanted to move on, because actually the job was very stressful. I even ended up in hospital once. And so I took the decision to resign, and I was quite afraid of this because it was, this huge change and letting your plans and your dream go. And the weird thing was that it felt very liberating, so I was extremely happy after I done it. I didn't even have a new job when I resigned, but afterwards I started searching, and I already had a vision of what I wanted to do. So I wanted a place where I do interesting work. I have a big variety of tasks. I work with good people, so that there would be also a good community, maybe a way for making friends as well, and shorter working hours. So after I did another internship, which was not really like this, because I was micromanaged and people were not actually talking to me, but at least I gained a lot of knowledge. I got a job opportunity from a company where one of my friends worked, and I applied there, and actually it was more or less what I was looking for. So the question that I asked myself a few times, okay, is this now my dream job? And I think that some days when I'm working, I feel really happy, and on other days I feel really terrible. But I feel like it's not really my dream job. I mean, I don't feel this force like driving me to keep working here year after year. So another thing that happened around 6 months ago when I started this new job is that I went to a training course. It was called the ART. And there we took a whole week to learn about coaching. We were coaching each other for a week, talking about our goals, our mission in life, and what we want to achieve and what our strengths are. It was an extremely interesting process because I have never before consciously thought about, okay, what is my mission in life? I always thought, okay, what am I interested in? What do I want to do? And I realized that my mission in life is actually to provide opportunities for people to develop, because I would also develop myself through this whole process. And I had to set myself a challenge at the end of the event. We were all setting 6-month challenges. So I came up with the challenge that I wanted to start my own company. So this was in June. 6 months is ending the 10th of December. And I promised myself and all the others at the training and my coaches that until the 10th of December I will have a business plan and also a team of people that I will be working with on my own company. So where am I now? It was a very long process, actually a quite difficult one, because I was trying to figure out what to do. And the truth is I didn't really know. I just felt that I want to do something, want to start something on my own. Some place where I have independence and where I can do meaningful work. It was so scary even that at some points I just wanted to give up. Also because I had this idea that I want a company, but I had no idea about what it would be. And then with the help of my friends who were really, really pushing me, I decided, okay, I need to settle on something. Because I realized that I need to try, I need to see that I can do this. And if it works out, great. Maybe it won't, but then I will do it again, and maybe for the second or the third time it will actually work out. And the big realization behind this was that, yes, I need a dream, but I don't need a dream that will last until the end of my life, because there's actually no such dream. So I should just find the thing that I'm really passionate about and go for it. Okay, so I started thinking about this. What should my company be about? I realized that it was training which has been motivating me very much and giving me a lot of energy in the past times. And also I didn't have to look very far. So it's not so much about going out and finding your passion, but looking around at what you already have. So right now what I have is I have kind of a draft business plan and 3 other people that I'm working with on this training company and that we're going to start next spring. And I'm very happy for this whole process that I went through, and I really have confidence that we will do something great. So what I would advise you to do is to share a dream, one of your dreams, tonight with someone, because maybe you will get feedback, you will get reassurance, or maybe you will get people who will join you on the road.
Thank you, Sofia, for this inspiring real-life experience. I am sure we will share all those stories afterwards, but now we are changing completely the topic. Our next speaker is a great speaker, and she will explain us something related with dragons. Our next speaker, I would like to welcome Urshka, and her topic is slaying with the dragons. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to ask you to assist me in solving an old Chinese riddle that I heard about 2 years ago and that I can't stop thinking about. actually can't solve it really well, so I was going to take this event today, so you could help me. Are you up for it?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Good. Okay, so I would like you all to close your eyes. We're going to do a little bit of visualization. Okay. So imagine fields of rice in China about 1,500 years ago. And you're working in the rice field. The wind is blowing. And suddenly it's blowing more and more. And there is a shadow laying on the valley. Okay? There is a squeal. You look up, and there is a dragon. The dragon lands in the valley. You, of course, run away. Because what else can you do if you see a dragon? And the dragon starts eating all the sheep and the people. So there's something that has to be done about this dragon. Someone has to slay it. Okay? So we have 3 volunteers, 3 brave men that have come, each with their own weapon of choice. Weapon of choice number 1 is a sword. Okay, so like a contact weapon. Weapon number 2 is a spear. So a spear is something, a stick that you throw at the dragon from a little further distance. And the weapon of choice number 3 is a bow and arrow. Okay? And the question is, which of these men has the biggest potential of killing or slaying the dragon? Think about it for a couple of seconds. And now with your eyes still closed, I would like us to vote by raising our hand. So if you think the sword is the one to go with, please raise your hand. Thank you. Now the spear. Okay. And the bow and arrow. Okay, thank you. I was thinking about this for like 2 years now. I've came up with 2 solutions that I'm going to share with you today. But first I would like to talk about potential, because the question about slaying the dragon was actually who has the biggest potential to slay it based on the weapon of choice. And we could actually go into what is potential, but I was actually more thinking of what is not potential. So now I would like to invite you back into, let's say, Slovenia 4 years ago. You can open your eyes. Thank you. So about 4 years ago, there was this training for trainers. It was my training for trainers event, so I was a participant. And 10 people, 10 international new trainers, gathered in a forest in Slovenia, like all events like that, with 4 trainers. And on the second day, we were told that we have no potential whatsoever to become trainers. Okay, so try to get into that and imagine how it feels like. For me, it was very difficult because I was trying to become a trainer for 2 years. First in IFMSA, where I couldn't apply because there was always someone from the board applying, so they kind of had the first pick of them, so I couldn't actually apply. And then after 1 year of being told that I couldn't apply, I decided to go with a different approach. So I applied for an open call for trainers, for participants for training for trainer for, with this team or STM. I was accepted. I was really happy. But I kind of ended up in the hospital a week before, so that fell in the water. And I was again 1 year and a half later, we're at the same point, at the starting point, kind of demotivated until this really awesome friend of mine, who is now also a trainer. I think that many of you here know her and have asked me if I know her also. Her name is similar to mine, so Usha. She came up to me and she said, well, we know all these people and we know all these NGOs that need trainers in in Slovenia. So why don't we do a training for trainers here with the trainers for different organizations that will happen to be Slovenian? And I was like, why didn't I think of that? How was that even possible? So we gathered the funds, we got a grant, she did all the logistics, she found 4 trainers that were willing to train us, and the event actually happened. But unfortunately, not exactly in the way I wanted. So I was not actually that depressed because I was told that I had no potential, but because for this event that was mine and meant a lot to me, I really expected to have like a safe environment to further my potential, which I know that I have. But that was not given to us. So after the event, out of 10 people, only 6 people decided that maybe we will try to actually do something with this knowledge that we gained at this event. So because there was no real community built from our mentors, we decided to build one ourselves. 3 years later, we did over, I think, 300 hours in different NGOs, training them. And out of this partnership or community, we built TEDx University Ljubljana, the biggest soft skills event for students in Slovenia, which is called November, and also the first Slovenian trainer sport, which was not that good, but yeah. So how I would use this in slaying the dragon? Well, there would be 2 proposals how to go upon it. The first would be to combine these 3 people, to use the skills or potentials that they have and slay the dragon together. And the second one would be to actually not think of them as people with potential, but to think of them masters of their weapon. Because potentials are nothing without trying to master what you're good at. So I would say that whenever you're at a training event and you have participants that are really motivated, help them slay the dragon, give them the community to do it, or try to help them master their weapon.
When sometimes I open the news, I watch TV, I hear one politician that says, education is key. I go then afterwards to my mom that says, learn because education is key. I open a newspaper and I see, education is key. And then I finish my career and I stop learning. What happened? Well, what's the age that we stop learning? What's the age that we have to stop doing those kind of things? What's the limit age of attending an event like this one? Is there a limit age? Why are we all so young? Why there are not people that are older? Well, I ask myself this question. And actually, I sometimes think, well, is long life learning really a human right? Is something that we should empower? Or it's something that we should not empower and just stop it at one point? Our next speaker will explain us a bit more about this. So please welcome Jorge.
Unity of education. And I will put you here inside. For 3 minutes. Okay, so I'm going to talk about making lifelong quality education a human right. That may sound a bit complicated, but you will see that it is not. So basically I want to explain about the need to transform education systems. And I was thinking about using Ken Robinson for it. You know, you take the guy with the most watched TED video in history, and then you just copy his ideas, or you just play the video and then you don't need to say anything. But his videos are a bit too long, so I will try to summarize some of his points and add a few extra ones. So basically, he talks about the need to change the paradigm in education and to transform education systems into something else. And he says so because education systems are failing to develop the true potential in many people. One study shows that 1/3 of high school students in Spain don't understand anything of what they study. 2/3 of them don't find it of any relevant value. I think those are the figures of a system which is failing. And I believe that in many of the other countries, the situation is quite similar. So, we need to change education. Education is not enough. We need quality education. The European Youth Forum defines quality education as the one that addresses the needs of learners and society. And those needs are about 3 spheres of life: professional life, personal life, and civic life. Oh no, the professional life. And the connection with the are not so much connected. But we don't hear so much too. About the personal one, we are all aware that there are a lot of aspects of ourselves that we can work on and improve. And that education can have a key role to play in that. However, education systems are not so much focusing on that, on those specific needs that are different in each one of us. About civic sphere of life, I think one good example is seeing the historically disappointing answer that Europe has given to the refugee crisis, and how little we are doing to try to solve many of the problems in the world. I think that our societies, our education systems are failing to develop the citizens we need. But actually, there are people actually doing something about that. Ken Robinson also says that right now, all the education systems in the world are being reformed. However, these reforms are not new. It's happening already for several decades. And if we look back, we will see that these reforms didn't have so much an impact. So actually, we should try to think about doing something different. If we look at the situation now, we can see that for many people, maybe for us in some aspects, maybe not in others, education didn't succeed completely. Or even as most of us are university students, and we can say that it has worked for us. But many people are out there without education being contributing totally to the development. So we need to try to see about what is this change that we need to do. And I think that it's not only about changing schools, how they are now. I think that also is about to whom education is addressed. The schools should be modified, but there are already, right now, many people who are already outside of the schools. Adults have gone through education, have gone outside of education, and right now they are not part of it. But they are still having those needs I was talking before, those at professional level, at personal level, and at civic level. and we need to do something for them. So what we can do? I think we should try to develop something new. And I think that we should all try to contribute to it. We, as trainers, as educators, we should not only look at about what we do and think that, okay, it is enough. I'm doing a contribution, I'm delivering my workshops, my trainings, and I'm contributing to the development of my participants, and they are learning out of it. I think this is not enough. We should try to make not an evolution in education, but a revolution, as Ken Robinson says. Because we have got this evolution for already several decades, and it didn't work. And I think we cannot afford to wait several decades more. And after then, we look back and see that education is still not working for many of us. I think that we should all try to push for developing a true change and revolution in education. And as I was saying, reforms are taking place. But when looking at the reforms that are taking place, they are mostly going into more standardization in formal education, which I think is not the answer. And about lifelong or adult education systems, is mostly focusing in employability. And I think that's not enough. So I will encourage all of you to try to do something more. But even not more. We don't need to do more. We need to do what is needed. Because if it's less than what is needed, then we won't make lifelong quality education a true human right. So now, as I guess that you know the Energizer, I will ask all of you to follow me. I can do it, you can do it, we can do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Jorge, for this inspiring speech. Well, now it's time to eat a little bit and to speak with each other about all the speeches that we just discussed, okay? The pause will be around 30 minutes, and we will come back to the same room. Is everything okay? Thank you very much, guys. looking at now. If I tell you, actually, if I was taking a cookie, you would be thinking, well, he's taking a cookie, it's okay. But now I cannot smoke in front of you. Do you know that there are more people dying for diabetes than for this tobacco? Did you know that? Actually, 3 out of 4 deaths are for causes related with things that we currently have. Did you know that? Actually, I just invented it. It's not true. What I want to tell to all of you guys is that you don't really always have to trust everything. You have to take the information and always keep the critical thinking, even if it comes from a TEDx talk. Our next speaker is somebody that has grown with the music, and the music has made the person that he is currently. Let's try to know and understand how this was possible. Please give a warm applause.
Hello guys, it's so nice to be here. Okay, so I'm not gonna change the word with this talk. I'm just gonna show you my story, which I hope you will find interesting. So I'm gonna take you to a journey through space and time, back to, it starts at like 1998, when little Lorenz was this little. And his parents were here. I don't know, some idea that little Lorenz should learn music. By the way, they are not Chinese. Okay, so music school and stuff. So I started to go to music school, learn music theory, and a bit later I had to pick up an instrument. And well, so what could be a very obvious choice for a 10-year little Lorenz? French horn! Because why not? Okay. Okay, you have to know that my parents didn't really listen to music. They don't know how to play music, of course. It was very strange for me that they had absolutely no thing to do with music. So they didn't walk the talk, I guess. And because monkey see, monkey do, you know, little Lorenz monkey, didn't see his parents play music. So it was very, very strange for me. I didn't have any talent whatsoever at first. But I still had to go because Lorenz was a good guy, Lorenz, of course. And my parents said I had to go, I had to go. I really hated it. It was awful. There was like around age 14, little Lorenz became a little rebel Lorenz. I was even wearing black clothes, you know, rocker. I started to listen to music actually, Green Day and pretty heavy stuff. Okay, maybe even some hard rock. And wait. That's actually me playing French horn with some adjustments. Okay. So after that, I bought my first guitar when I was guitar. When I was 15, I think. It's a slightly bigger Lorenz. And I started to learn it by myself. Actually, I bought a book and watched some YouTube videos, because anybody can play guitar, right? And I was really eager about it. Nobody told me to play it, but I just played it. It came naturally. I was really happy when I was playing. I was actually practicing 3-4 hours per day because I liked it. When I came home from school, I just picked it up and played it because it felt good. Nobody told me to do it. It was a really awesome learning process. Like, there were no external factors, everything was internal. Okay. So I really grew up to like it. At the meantime, by the way, around age 14, I joined the wind band in the music school, and there I saw that, okay, maybe classical-ish music is not that lame. Okay, it's lame. No, it's not that lame as it sounds. We were traveling and stuff. Also, I realized that my French horn teacher is actually a pretty cool dude. He made me learn some things. First of all, he was never pushy. Never was like, come on, you should practice more. He was like, okay, he will figure it out. And he also had this method, which I really like to use, that if you are stuck at a learning process, do everything wrong. Experiment. Just experiment with the limits. Okay, so these were some pretty awesome moments. After a while, I was already at the university. I bought an electric guitar to top my rebellion, or becoming a rebel. So it's black and everything, big ass amplifier, distortion panel and stuff. So I really went on with my musical career. I'm fancy, I'm playing the same guitar. Oh, okay. At one point, I was so much into music that I wanted to become a one-man band, so I picked up the bass guitar, actually only bass once, right? And started to sing as well. So I can like compose like very simple music that I was listening to, like Breno and this heavy stuff. So my point is with all this, at first I really hated it, and like somehow naturally I was just discovering the limits, and now I can say that I play 4 instruments, I sing, and I really enjoy it. It's my best hobby ever. So I really encourage you to keep on going, even if it's if it doesn't feel right. If you don't feel that you're talented, you don't have too much success. Go on with it because it will be awesome if you really try. Thanks.
Thank you for sharing of this. It's a not with the self in terms of development, but we really have compassion with ourselves. Let's ask Annie this question. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Love other persons, because that is pretty much already. I want to. I become 3 and a little bit that. With the psychological understanding, I have found that quite often we cause troubles towards ourselves. We have daily life difficulties. We have shame, we have fear. We are not related to ourselves. Self-loss, it's to learn this part. We take true self, and then we can actually shine it out. Couple of me and her study group, they have found that people who are self-compassionate, they are more happy, they do better in life, they take more care about themselves, they do have less symptoms of anxiety and depression. There is a lot of studies, but they are usually correlational studies. But now we actually have proof that we can, by learning self-compassion, to actually have impact on our lives. They took people, taught them self-compassion through a couple of interventions. And even after 1 year and a half after the intervention, people were still happier, just only because they had this new perspective on life. Kristen Neff says that in self-compassion there is 3 parts, which I'm going to tell you now. Because I think with these 3 steps we can deal with our life so much better. First part is about mindfulness. Some of you are really familiar with that. Then it's easy for you. You take this open, even curious attitude towards your emotions. You explore them. You feel them. Where are they now in your body? You're not trying to control them. You just let them be. The second part of compassion, self-compassion, is balancing and being kind towards yourself. With balancing, we mean, or Kristen Neff means, that you take a wider perspective. You don't get carried away with that one emotion, with one particular situation. But you remember all the other stuff on yourself. You take a step back and look at your situation. Kindness towards yourself is that you have the same love that you can have to your best friend, to also to yourself. Why we so often forget that. The third part is my favorite. It's about common humanity. They say that every single person has these common emotions. Why it's so difficult to remember that when you are in your own bad emotion, when you are feeling so bad that you want to just separate from the rest of the world, take your blanket, go under it. Why it's so hard to remember that those emotions are shared by all the other persons. Common humanity is actually that you can, when you feel that emotion, you can connect with all the other persons in the earth. You can try to remember that those emotions, they are part of human condition. They are in us, either we like it or not. You can really be your best friend or your worst enemy. We have relationship with ourselves. We, by ourselves, make our most difficult feelings. With a little bit different perspective, we can practice to deal with them so much better. I started this practice a couple of months ago, and I already believe that it's the best concept that I have heard. I have a gift for you. Raise your hand, right hand. Imagine the world. Imagine all the people there. Imagine all the love that we have. Receive that love. Close your hand. Place it to your heart. Open it. You can do
you, Annie, for this speech. There is something that I would like to do with all of you. Please stand up. It's a very difficult task. I would also like to have one volunteer. Zani, please come here. So now try to be in pairs, okay, with the person that is just next to you, okay, and be in front of this person. You cannot be on three. So if you don't have a partner, look for someone. Everyone have a partner? Very good. Then you have to raise, both of you, the right hand. The right hand, okay? Yeah? I told you it was difficult. With the left hand, you have to do like this, okay? Have you seen it? Okay. Okay. Like this, you see? No, lift it up. I cannot lift myself. You see it? No. Look at the people that are next to you. Okay. And now, and this is the difficult part, you have to approach for the person that is just in front of you. Okay, wait. Don't do anything. Don't do anything. And then you slowly close. Okay, thank you. Our next speaker will talk about something that all the speakers are showing now. And this is how to be out of the comfort zone. I believe it's difficult to be here in front of 50 people that you appreciate. And in a way, which there you are speakers, like going out of your comfort zone and showing what the courage is about. So our next speaker is Antonis, and he will talk about how to go out of the comfort zone. Please give him a warm applause.
Okay, so the topic of this talk is how to get out of your comfort zone, or at least how I did it. And the level of preparation for this talk is close to zero. You see, this was just a spontaneous decision that I made like 5 minutes ago. So, yeah, basically the thing is that getting out of my comfort zone is a challenge I like to very often get into, and very often I get into that decision spontaneously. And you will realize how spontaneous that can be in about a minute. So, as I told you, I have not exactly prepared for this talk. I just know the points that I want to make and the personal life story that I have that can reflect those points. So let's go to the story. About half a year ago, it was spring 2015, I had 3 major events to attend in the course of about 6 weeks. One was SUPS, you may have heard about it. It's a training on our flagship event in Alger. Training new members, new organizers of some universities. That was one. The second one was another topic, a non-Alger topic that I'm really passionate about, was an international conference on basic econ, and I had to go there. And the last one is like a major Alger event, our General Assembly. It was Alba Asturias in Gijón. In Spain, that's in Spain, not Spain. Cold. In between those events, there was a distance of, a tiny distance, of about 7 to 10 days. So getting back to my country, Greece, and flying again for the next event would be too expensive. And as a typical young Greek, I have no money. So I decided to be spontaneous. I decided that this was a moment to not just step out of my comfort zone, but to actually prove a thought, a feeling, a disposition that I had in my mindset. You see, I've been voluntarily working for ISF for about 5 years, but it has been much more intense in the last 2 years. And during these 2 years, or 5, take whatever you want, I've come to consider Alger my family. It's a very warm, nice feeling that you have for your family. And I decided that I wanted to test this because, you know, when you are attending an event, an intensive event, this intensity is like living 3 lifetimes in 1 week. This can create the opportunities and the situation within it is easy to bond with the people that you're next to. So when you get out of it, how bonded do you keep being? I wanted to test that. I considered Alger my family based on the events that I have attended of Alger, so I wanted to test it. And what does a family do for you? How do you prove to yourself that some kind of organization or community is your family? Well, let's just say that my idea is that your family will protect you when you get crazy. So, as I said, I had 3 major events to attend, and within those events, there was about a period of 1 week. What to do in those 7 weeks that can prove that Alger is a family? Plan nothing, and just go wherever the wind takes you, as long as there are Alger people around. That was my plan. How it ended up? Within 6 weeks, I traveled to 18 cities in 8 different countries, spending close to nothing. And all the time, or almost all the time, except for 3 days, I was hosted by Algerians, by members of Alger. And I got shown to their cities, to their favorite places in the cities. I got a warm welcome and a lot of hugs. I love hugs, happy meal foods. And yeah, well, let's see if that actually proved to me that Alger is a family. I will share just a few highlights because it is a lot of stories. I will share just the highlights of those stories. Event number 1, SUS. I have attended, including this, around 49 international events. Around 49, very specific. Okay, anyway, I have attended 49 events, and to this day, this event is my the top one in my list, my favorite event. Why? I measure the success of an event by the number of tears of happiness that I get. And in that event, there have been 4 different occasions where I cried out of happiness. That was not only because of the place I was, or the activity that I just followed, it was because of the people. The highest level of collaboration that I've ever experienced was in that event. It was with my co-trainers. I worked there as a trainer. I've never experienced such bonding with people I've worked with. Not at that level. That was crazy for me. And then it was the participants. When, as a trainer, you get to be inspired by your participants and be happily surprised by your participants and their actions, and when that gets to the level of crying out of happiness, that is the family. But let's see a few more highlights out of these 6 weeks in different cities. Budapest. So I was traveling, Budapest is nice. My plan was to go, after the second event, to go from Slovenia to Bratislava. But, sorry Hungary, but Hungarian trains. I had 2 trains to catch. I caught the first one delayed, so I missed the second one because of the first one delayed. I couldn't even comprehend the thing because the officials in Hungary don't speak English. Anyway, I was stranded in Budapest for a night. What to do? Well, my family was there, wasn't it? Let's see if it was. I sent an SMS to a Hungarian friend, another Alger member, and within 40 minutes, I have 2 people competing who will host me. Alger Budapest rescued me that night. Alger is a family. Third story, one of the final ones. After Agora Gijón, I decided to go crazy again. So with my Ukrainian friend, we decided to go hitchhiking. Spain is not exactly a hitchhiking friendly country, I've been told. We made it from Gijón to Valencia. We didn't actually intend to go to Valencia, we just ended up there. Within just 1 day. Only 3 rides. The last one lasted for 10 hours and was an amazing person. And just to make sure you realize how crazy that was. My Ukrainian friend speaks Spanish, but she doesn't understand it so well. I understand Spanish, but I don't speak it so well. The driver was only speaking Spanish. So for about 10 hours, he was replying in English and 10 hours. And during this test, exactly we're going to sleep that night. And Valencia was there. We had friends, right? And by midnight, to meet us, to take us to the 6 weeks in 18 cities. What am I? It was time to prove something different, something more deep. Months ago, I was so disappointed and frustrated. Everything was not going well in Greece, so I decided to take everything I have, except for a few. Not exactly deciding where I would go. And try to meet even more agents and be hosted by you. Brave. I don't. And am I trying to make a point with this?
I hope we'll be able to have a motto. Once, one quote that really impressed me. And there is only one thing what outcomes we want to have.
Writing my master thesis, handling 3 NGOs at the same time, and that got me treats us in return. And I will take you on another trip. Seems like we have many of them tonight, but I guess we all like traveling. And I will take you even a bit further for our first stop. I will take you to Ghana in West Africa. I've been there 3 times by now with one of my NGOs working in projects in waste management. So, for example, we've been building waste incinerators, meaning that we were there for like 3-4 weeks and supporting hospitals in constructing this kind of incinerators to burn infectious waste, which meant we had like a big project. We needed lots of material, we had a limited amount of time, we needed the right people in the right place at the right time. And of course we approached this in a quite, you might say, German way. I prefer to call it like Western European way, in the sense that we had lots of plans, like laying out every day in some kind of Gantt chart and trying to get this, anticipate all the consequences of our doing. And this approach clashed quite a lot with the Ghanaian way to approach time, which is quite nicely symbolized in this fisherman, fishing or not. And you can see that basically our way of perceiving time is much more oriented on the future. Like we plan, we anticipate the consequences of our doing, whereas the Ghanaian way of perceiving time is much more focused on the now and is much more like present oriented, let's say. And there's one quote which I picked up from a Ghanaian guy in a discussion about this different perspectives, which was like, we Europeans, we might have the watches and all our achievements, but somehow we lose the time, and actually the Ghanaians who don't have these watches have the time. And even though, like I explained, it was quite a struggle to combine these two approaches of future and present orientation, this quote and this idea of like living more in the now and being present was always one of the biggest learning points from these travels, from these events, and something I try to take home. And somehow this idea of being present and focus on the now, I mean, we had it mentioned quite a couple of times now, got lost in my busyness day to day, and I was doing another trip in my mind mostly to Asia, more exactly to Tibet. And before we arrived there, I would like to all of you to sit straight, to close your eyes another time, and to count the next 5 out breaths you make. If you're done, you're allowed to open your eyes again. And this is pretty much, you can open your eyes. This is pretty much what I also did a lot during the last months. I tried to get into this topic of meditation. And I've been doing it on a daily basis with some kind of guided meditation, doing exactly this, trying to focus on your breath only, not have many other thoughts, and trying to focus by counting your breaths, always to 5, and when you reach 5, you basically just start again and count the next 5 out breaths until you reach 5 again. And moving back from Asia and from the monks of Tibet back to Europe, this kind of reminded me also in my process of working on my thesis study. But as we are in Italy tonight, the next stop of our journey is Italy also, because there was this Italian guy called Francesco who pretty much had the same problem like me, having a thesis topic which was not that exciting, and basically not being able to focus only a single bit on his topic, and getting very frustrated with this inability to keep focus. And he found himself in the kitchen one day, and he found this kind of kitchen timer, and he said, okay, I really want to work on this thing now, and I will challenge myself, I will wind up this clock, and for the next, let's say 25 minutes, only focus on this exactly one item of my studies. And that's what he did. And after he finished, he chose another item from his studies, which was similar, exciting or not, irrelevant. And he wound up the clock again until it rang. And yeah, this process made him kind of famous as the inventor of the so-called Pomodoro technique, because his timer from his kitchen had the shape of a pomodoro, of a tomato. And basically, as you can see on this timeline, the idea of Pomodoro is exactly that. You choose one thing you want to focus on, and then you wind up the clock, and for the next 25 minutes, you focus only on this one aspect. And then when you finish, you kind of reward yourself with a short break, and then you wind up the clock again. And you make this a process. And while I was doing this, I realized at some point, that's actually exactly what we also do during this meditation process. Like in order to, like as a pastime activity kind of, we count our breaths to focus on this one thing. And this is exactly what you also do in the Pomodoro technique. Like you set yourself this goal, I focus now until this timer rings, and I always have this goal in mind to stay focused. And this helped me a lot, and that's why I would like to encourage you to try both this meditation thingy and also the Pomodoro technique. But the even more powerful revelation basically I had with this was that your day is actually not a duration. It's not that the day starts and then time is just flowing through your fingers, running away from you. Your day actually consists of those pomodori, which are essentially just like these small building blocks. Like your day is not consisting of 8 hours, but it's actually 8, 10, 12 pomodori. And basically each one of these pomodori, of these building blocks, you can pick and you can choose what you focus on. For example, like instead of being super busy with your thesis, you can say, okay, every day I allocate like 8 of these blocks to the thesis because it's quite an important project in my life. But still I want to reserve one of these blocks for a project which is quite important to me, but which I usually don't get done, for example, learning a language or whatever. And by basically taking each of these blocks and looking at it and choosing consciously what I want to focus on with this block, what I want to build out of this block, you can master your time and like prevent that time is mastering you. And this was my idea I wanted to share.
Thank you, Toby, for this inspirational speech. Now, the next story is a little bit about who we are as people. When I was younger, my parents said, you have to be an engineer, you have to be a doctor, you have to be a lawyer, because this is what will make you happy. You have to have those kind of jobs, you have to have those things, because this is what makes you happy. Actually, society in a way is putting in us the dreams that we want to have. But my question, and the question that the next speaker will answer is, are we truly accepting our dreams? I would like to welcome Milan to the stage.
During the last few days, we were talking a lot. I was talking with some of you, some more, some less. Sadly, I guess I haven't had a chance to talk with all of you. I accept. I hope that I will give you a hug, or I will say hello for you this once. So you inspired me a little bit because you asked all the time, what does it mean to be a trainer? Why are we here? Do we want to go further? Do we want to stop at some point? And this was the reason when I decided to change my talk a bit. Instead of sharing the numbers and facts about dreams and why they're important, because we already had some of those, I decided to walk with my personal story. And be gentle. I don't know where this journey is going to bring us. Before I start, I wanted to say for you that for quite many years, my journey was a big roller coaster. I was more like blinded rabbit running around somewhere, hitting random trees and then turning away and just like running to the doors and coming back, and still was searching for answers why I run around, because I was thinking I had an idea once. Maybe I forgot, something is missing, what is missing, and I could not get an answer, and I was running and running and running and running, until one day. It was a beautiful event. A little bit more than 1 year ago. They're great people, inspiring souls, lots of beautiful talks, and some crazy parties, of course. And the fact is that they haven't told me anything. Just basically by being with those people, I triggered something. And the moment when I expected least, I had a dream. I had a nightmare, probably, it should be called like that. Because I jumped out from my dream with my tears in my eyes, and just like screaming in my lungs that I could not shout. I was so scared. But then, after a few days I was happy. Because I remembered why I do what I do. And I remembered why that gut feeling somehow moved me towards that destination. Why I am standing anyway here in front of you this moment. So, when I was 4 years old, I remember this beautiful day. Sun was shining, it was really warm. I was sitting in the car with my sisters and my parents, driving to my grandma and grandpa. I was really missing them. I remember sound, loud like thunder. I remember one man falling with this kind of red dirt in his chest, which just got bigger and bigger and bigger. I remember someone falling, someone running. I remember a beautiful day. I remember lots of happy people around. Though I remember too that I could not understand why my father pushed the speed button and decided to go further and faster. I don't remember, sorry, I could not understand why my parents suddenly changed the language and started talking Russian instead of Lithuanian. I remember that I could not understand why they decided not to stop and not to help for that man. I remember that I could not understand why no one stopped, why no one cared. At this moment, I decided that I don't want to live in that world. I want to live in the world where people care, where people stops, and I'm going to do something about it. This was the moment when I decided to become a soldier. Soldier, you will ask. Yeah, you know, for 4 years old, it would not, probably there would be no better idea in the living of, in a family with military officers, right? So, going with the example. The funny fact is that I was living with this goal to become a soldier for 10 years. I was going towards it day by day, month by month, year by year. I even forgot the dream itself, which was following. It was gone somewhere. I was just following that. I need to become a soldier. It is a good story why I haven't ended up being one and why I stand here in front of you today. But let's leave it for the next time. It's a long story. The fact is that after this goal broke, I stopped. I started running around and getting lost all the time. And asking those questions again, what I do, why I do, running, and it took more than 10 years again, until one day I met some people, I had a dream, and I remembered, I want to live in a world where people stops and people cares, and I'm going to do something about it. It was one hell of a year after I remembered that dream, and until I'm standing here now. I can say that having such a huge dream lifts you somewhere high. I wake up each morning so motivated that I want to do everything. And at some times, it drives me to the madness. I want to hide somewhere and just not do anything. And sometimes I start thinking why I do things, why I decided to be trainer, why I decided to be mentor, why I work towards coach, and why I decided to be a friend. And then I started thinking, probably because I started believing at some point in the world of superheroes, because all of you here. Because I believe that we all live in this world, we have those amazing superpowers, and it's only up to us if, when, and how we are going to unleash it. And today I work and I live here to support people in unleashing those amazing, those superpowers, amazing potential we all inside have here somewhere. This is why I'm here, this is why I'm a trainer. And you know, this realization a few months came to me that if I work with people, I help them to unleash their superpowers, I help to become some better personalities, does it mean that I live in my dream? Damn, I live in my dream. Yes, it gives a huge responsibility And at the same time, it drives me to the madness, and it lifts me somewhere where I fly. And the fact is that I could not do this. I could not start being there. I could not accept where I am without people like you. And you are part of my dream. I hope that once I will be a part of your dream. And this is why, in the end, I have just only one question. Two, three. I don't know. In the end, I have a question. What is your dream? And what are you ready? What do you dare to do? To make sure that you are the only one.
Thank you, Milda, for this inspiring talk. Now it's time for eating. So we will have 45 minutes, okay, of break with food, and then we will have to come back again here for other 4 speakers that are waiting for us. Okay? Cool. Thank you for attending. Have you count?
Thousand.
Have you count how many? Our next speaker will talk about how we empower and how we depower people and how this affects our society. Please give a warm welcome to Oleg.
Okay, hello. But first, for the whole month, for the whole year. There is a pain emerging. Now, without opening your audio of this picture, totally clear. And this person is really happy. What he or she is doing. And this person is sitting next for the whole year. This person is around you. How do you feel now? Are you smiling? So I would whom probably you're a very important person. How often do you think about it? Raise your hand who have thought about it like this week, before this session. Okay. Raise your hand who has a practice of thinking about it every day. There is a practice under which you can actually make people feel better through acknowledging what you feel and controlling it. It's here, and each top's not working that much. Okay, so each of each percent of emotional intelligence gives you percent. I think that's how to do that. So if you also want to know, quickly run through it, and then I ask you so you have a robust percent of people can't word exactly their feeling. Most people can just say angry or happy, but really emotionally intelligent people have like at least 5 of different gradation of each of these. You can embrace change. You judge people. You can understand what kind of people you are surrounded by, and you know what to do with each kind of people. You know for sure your strengths, your weaknesses, and you know how you're difficult to offend, you're pretty much impossible to offend. You're stupid. He or she knows that she is not, you know? They will not let you lead into a state which they don't want. So they know how to say no to themselves and to the others. And it is very good stuff in project management, in time management, money management, because you actually respect the responsibility that you took on yourself. So you never say yes if you don't have 100% of energy that you can give to this task. You let go of mistakes. If you take grudge on people or on yourself, and because obviously perfection is very hard and impossible to achieve, so like why spend energy on that? They appreciate what they have, and at the moment I really appreciate you guys, and I appreciate the smiles on your faces. Very warm. Often, instead of enjoying food, enjoying the view, instead of that, during weekends, are you always really free? your body makes a of stress up to 23 body so bad, and very, like, not always the best stuff for you. Yeah, so that's something that we never do here.
I did everything that a teenager at that time could do. I had one of the best grades in my generation. I went to all the scientific competitions that there are. I also performed very well. I was one of the best in literature-related essays. And it's not all. It wasn't only to school. Students' community, and as that I organized many events. On a very high level, I was in one of the best fighters in my country, and happiness. And this avoidance of frustrations developed into a very extreme passiveness. So extreme that sometimes I wouldn't even wake up in the morning, or even if I would wake up, I wouldn't go out of bed. And it was getting worse because there were many frustrations in university, like new professors giving like huge amounts of data that I would need to learn. And I just wasn't up to it because I wasn't ready for that much frustration. And I again avoided it. And I was getting out of it even less happiness. If I go back to the theory, in a bigger picture, I could say that it states that the path to your goal is equally important as your goal. And it is hard to keep this mindset when we're bombarded from all the media around us that tell us quite the opposite. So the only thing that matters is the goal and not the path to it. So even if I get there by cheating, the only thing I want is to get to the goal. We kind of work like this, like what how to improve. So my next session will be better, and the next one will be better. Recently, and after more than 3 years, I started on stage and performed I didn't do this talk because I liked talking, and I didn't do it. I wanted really to share the story because it was quite for me to share it. I did it because I wanted to thank
This, for example, was an ad campaign for a company. I'm leaving that one out. The last clip in it. All the connections you have via smartphone are like a small fingertip connection. It doesn't give you anything, any good emotions. And if you have watched the TED Talk, so if you haven't watched it, this is my first task for you. After the event, go do it. I think it will do you good.
is on Facebook. So why? Okay, let's try to take a step back. Who are we? We are connectors, artists. We are something special. But I cannot get an editor. I cannot learn an or read it on a book. So what does it come from? Maybe because we are this. If this logic should work, the next step is promote knowledge to next to me. Or when I walk by in the street, I should facilitate a conversation between them. So, saying this, it means that in an extreme way, we should so they always super trained. It's fine, nice approach. But this is related to one idea. What if I take the overview? What if we apply this idea to a higher, let's say, level, to a broader scale? What if we apply to the overview? Let's call it macro scale. Just a couple of numbers. We are in Europe, included Russia, included Turkey, included all the nations here represented, 650 million of people. How many trainers, young trainers are there? that there are less than 1 young trainer per million. This is even less than those. This is like, it's nothing. It's nothing. So what's the idea behind this? What's the idea? What can we do together? Building on the network that we building every single moment that we spend together. I've heard several things that links to my speech. I heard about big dreams. What we can do is to create because we get our dream job because in Europe we have a wonderful system. Is the heritage.
Embrace them in the bottom of your hearts. But I think I said something before that we should be thankful for all the speakers that were talking to come here. A big applause of the crowd. You can take a seat. So I would like, just before the party, you know?
What kind of crowd? Like after So where's my money? Where's my money? Where's my money?
It's time to party. Whoa! What happened?
It's very hard to come here after this performance. This will be my favorite part actually of this training event, but the whole event